3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I'm calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on July 15th, 2021. This meeting is being recorded. Thanks to Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs, for organizing and managing this meeting. Really appreciate it. My expectation is that we're going to have a relatively short meeting today, certainly compared to last month's meeting. We'll take a couple of breaks, but my intention would be to not have a lunch break unless it looks like we're going to go past 1 o'clock, if that's okay with fellow commissioners. Obviously, if any of my fellow commissioners wants a break at any time, just please raise your hand. Before going through today's agenda, it's my great pleasure as our first order of business to welcome our newest commissioner, Kimberly Roy. Commissioner Roy comes to us from the Worcester County Sheriff's Department, where she was the Director of External Affairs and Communication Director. She brings extremely relevant experience and expertise to the commission, and I would like to thank Governor Baker and his staff for finding such an obviously qualified individual to fill out the roster of commissioners. We look forward to working with Commissioner Roy and benefiting from her energy and fresh perspective as the commission continues to work towards building an equitable and safe industry. Given the recency of her appointment, Commissioner Roy has opted to participate in today's meeting as an observer, similar to what Commissioner Concepcion did at her first meeting. I look forward to her full participation in next month's meeting. Commissioner Roy has requested the opportunity to make a few comments. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I want to take this time to first thank Governor Baker for his confidence in me. I also want to thank all of my fellow commissioners and Chairman Hoffman for their warm welcome over the last few days. I greatly appreciate that. And I just want to say that I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve in this capacity and join my fellow commissioners as we tackle the important work before the Commonwealth. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner, and again, my warmest welcome. Any of my other fellow commissioners wish to make any opening comments before I review the agenda? Commissioner Camargo, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, Chairman, thank you for getting us here this morning. Commissioner Roy, congratulations, welcome. Looking forward to meeting you and learning more about you and doing the work together that needs to be done here. So, Chairman, I just want to say a few words. Been doing a lot of reflection since our last meeting. I just want to thank everyone who sends in comments or emails to me as a commissioner in terms of giving us some good critique after every meeting. So I just want to say thank you to folks. And I also just want to say that, I'm really happy that there's now 5 of us here, right? There's no question in terms of tiebreakers or the votes, so that's exciting. But also thinking about where we're at as a commission. I know that in the beginning, this was a startup commission and we were moving fast. You guys were building while you were moving quickly. And I think it's exciting right now because we are the second phase of the commission. I think that I'm hoping, that we can start thinking about strategic planning at a high level and thinking about where do we want this industry to go in Massachusetts? I think it's such an innovative and exciting industry to be in. So I'm really excited, to work with our executive director, Sean Collins, who's been doing a great job, and our team internally to start thinking about where are we moving and how are we moving? Are we moving too quickly? Are we moving too slow? So I just want to say that as of today, just sort of thinking through that in the next few months. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Concepcion, would you like to make any opening comments?
I would.
Commissioner Concepcion, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to first start off by echoing both you, Chairman, and Commissioner Camargo, and welcoming our newest commissioner, Commissioner Roy. I'm very excited. I think I can speak for us all to say that we're excited to have you join and to be a full body again and to just get to work and move forward. Also, in the same vein, as Commissioner Camargo was mentioning, over the week, at least at the beginning of the week, I had an opportunity to take part in delivery. I think that's been an area that we've been really focusing on lately because it's so new and fresh. And as of this point, we have 2 delivery courier licensees and 1 delivery through microbusiness through a delivery endorsement. So I just wanted to say that that's something that I will be paying a lot of attention to, just making sure that we have the right provisions in place, really understanding what that entails, and really having my own first person experience gave me a good amount of perspective about what is going on in delivery so far, but it's still relatively new. It's something that I plan to pay a lot of attention to. And on the same vein of communication, if people have any sort of commentary, suggestions, whatever that they're noticing, I want to hear from anybody out there that wants to kind of talk some more about what's happening in that space.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Stebbins, anything that you'd like to add?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'll make it quick. Again, welcoming our new colleague. Very happy to see that as a former Western Mass person that, the governor selected somebody with the great qualifications who comes from outside 495. As everybody knows, our work is touching every corner of the Commonwealth. So certainly happy to have Commissioner Roy joining us. It's a drinking from the fire hose type orientation, and even being here 6 months, I don't consider myself a veteran. I consider myself still a rookie. So appreciate the great work that staff continues to do to bring us up to speed on the great work that they and the team are doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So let's get into the agenda. Matt, can we get the agenda slide up, please? Thank you. We're going to start after these opening comments. We're going to start with approving minutes from previous meetings. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve today, and once we do so, we will be caught up at our next meeting. And given the number of meetings we've had over the last 6 to 9 months, it's a pretty Herculean task to get caught up. I want to thank Christopher Smith, who is driving that process for his hard work. And again, by next month, we will be caught up on minutes from previous meetings. We will then go into the executive director's report, where Sean will provide his usual update with statistics on licensing and on the industry, as well as other activities at the commission. We will resume a conversation that we started last month on executive director compensation, and as last month, I will ask the commission to vote to put us into executive session for that conversation. We will discuss executive director compensation during executive session and then reconvene into public session. If there is a vote to be taken on the subject of executive director compensation, that vote will be taken when we are back in public session. The discussion will be in executive session, but the vote, if we take one, will be in public session. We have a normal roster of licensing decisions to make. We have 7 changes of ownership. We have 27 adult use renewals and 14 medical license renewals. We have a total of 31 final licenses to discuss and vote on, 29 adult use and 2 medical. And we have 30 provisional licenses. I want to, again, as always, just thank our staff, particularly our licensing staff. Those numbers are large and represent an enormous amount of diligent work on the part of our staff, so thank you for that. We have 2 topics for commission discussion and vote, 2 guidance documents to be discussed, reviewed, and voted on. One with respect to agent registration, the second with respect to responsible vendor training. Just for context, both of these documents reflect the changes that were made in our last round of regulations, and we will discuss and vote on them. And I think that that is it for items on the agenda. As I said, I anticipate we'll be done plus or minus around 1 o'clock. We'll take some breaks along the way, but if it looks like we're going longer than 1, then we'll find a way to take a little bit of a lunch break. So given that we have a lot to do, let me not take any more time and turn it over to, let's start, with minutes for approval. There are 2 sets of minutes to be discussed and approved. The first is from our meeting on April 16th, 2021. May I ask my fellow directors, have you had an opportunity to review these minutes? Do you have any questions or comments before I ask for a motion to approve? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion, please, to approve the minutes from April 16th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the minutes from April 16th, 2021 by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next, I would like to ask the commission if they've had an opportunity to review the minutes from May 13th, 2021. Do they have any questions or comments? Or ask for a motion to approve? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from May 13th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Can I have votes, please? Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the minutes from May 13th, 2021 by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Again, my thanks to Christopher Smith for all his work on getting us caught up on minutes. Next item on the agenda is the Executive Director's Report. Mr. Collins, I can see you. Are you ready to go?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. And I'll start, as we always do, with the highlights from our licensing portal. These are relatively boilerplate bullets. That said, we do have 44 applications that are awaiting their first review. This is consistent with last month. As I indicated last month, you'll probably notice a bit of a spike. It's really based on additional activity brought on by the introduction of the delivery operator license type. And so our staff, obviously those license types based on the nature of either being economic empowerment applicants or social equity applicants are either expedited or prioritized. So in that queue, they're managed accordingly. You do have 30 applications before you today for your consideration. There are 28 applications awaiting a third-party response. That third party is either the background check through our background check vendor, or it could be the municipal response from the city or town within which the entity intends to be located. And lastly, you have 52 applications that are awaiting supplemental review. Those are applications that hit our queue after they've been reopened for additional information. So it's another queue that we manage, and folks are obviously anxiously awaiting that review as an applicant. So, and then lastly, I'm sorry, there's 95,632 certified active patients in the Commonwealth. This next slide here is a very high level overview of the entire application portal. And you'll see the vast majority, 6,797, are incomplete or have not yet been submitted for our consideration. That queue, I think I mentioned at our last meeting, we are hatching a plan to really cull that list and make sure we're able to administratively close any of those stagnant or dormant applications to make sure this is more reflective of the true workload. That said, the next number, 905, have also been withdrawn. So folks can actively go in. If you're not intending to pursue a certain license type or application, you can withdraw your application. And then lastly, the commission has approved 862 licenses to date. This is a breakdown based on license type and license category. You'll see the vast majority, 351, for that of a marijuana retailer. Next is 262 for marijuana cultivator and 196 for a marijuana product manufacturer, which does represent the traditional supply chain. Also, data of note, 21 micro businesses to date, 13 independent testing labs to date, 8 marijuana couriers, and 2 craft cooperatives.
All right, let me ask you to pause. Any questions from my fellow commissioners before Sean goes on?
I should note here too, Mr. Chairman, you'll see there's still the number 0 next to marijuana research facility. That would be the next license type we would intend to launch in the portal. There'd be not so much a new license type, but really a refashioned license type based on the most recent regulatory round. We do have a number of pending research licenses that were held in abeyance, or we did reach out to those entities at the time to let them know we were making modifications. We'll actively engage those that are pending, but also announce the launch of that license type I would say sometime in the next few weeks.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Obviously, that's an important step. So thank you for that. Thank you for that update. Any other questions or comments for the executive director before he moves on? Go ahead then, please, Sean.
This next slide here is the total number of licenses approved by stage. And this really does represent the workflow or the life cycle of a license type. You'll see there's 69 pre-certified entities or micro businesses with a delivery endorsement. 99 entities have been provisionally approved, as well as 459 provisional licenses. The distinction there is that a provisional license is granted once the fee is paid. Provisional approval is reflected after the commission has in fact voted. So after you vote, we do alert the licensee to the obligation to pay their fee. Once that fee is paid is what really activates that license. 48 final licenses are still pending, and 257 entities have begun their operations and been granted approval to commence.
Thank you. Keep going, please.
This slide here does represent the workflow of our staff. As I mentioned earlier, there's 44 applications that are awaiting their initial review. We have reopened or requested additional information from 175 entities or applications. There are 28, as I noted, waiting a third-party response. Again, that's the background check or the municipal response. You have 30 before you. And then to date, the commission has considered 936 applications. This does include those administrative process for the delivery pre-certification, which now includes both courier as well as delivery operator. This next slide is relative to the license applications and what priority status, if any, they may enjoy. You'll see that there's 257 entities or applications, excuse me, that have utilized the MTC priority status. There's 81 that have utilized the economic empowerment priority status. 367 applications have benefited from the expedited review, which is a policy decision of the commission, and 508 are general applicants. On the right-hand side of the right-hand side table, you'll see that there's 56 that have benefited from the expedited process based on their license type. As a reminder, those license types are outdoor cultivation, independent testing labs, micro businesses, and craft cooperatives. 132 applications have utilized their social equity program participant status. 131 are disadvantaged business enterprises, which include women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. And 48 applications have actually benefited based on 2 or more categories. This next slide here represents those economic empowerment social equity program or DBE status and where they sit in the license workflow, the license life cycle. You'll see that 5.5% of total applications that are either approved, licensed, or have now begun their operations are from economic empowerment applicants. 11.1% are from social equity program participants, and 133 or 14.2% enjoy a DBE status. In total, that's about 30% of our total application volume, or total license volume, excuse me. So obviously that's a data point we're going to continue to monitor and watch, but one that I think is an important one for certainly you as commissioners, but also the public to be aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Let me ask you to pause again, see if there are any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Camargo, I can't tell whether you're raising your hand or not.
No, I was going to say a comment, but the numbers, the numbers are, I just hope the numbers get better. That's it.
We all do, although I do want to, again, you and I had this interchange a couple of meetings ago. I do want to acknowledge that they are getting better. We have a long ways to go, and we're committed to make these numbers increase and do everything we can to do so. But there definitely has been progress looking at these data over the last few months, and I think it's important to recognize that while acknowledging we have a lot more work to do.
Absolutely, and I also think that not just us, but the community outside of us, right? We need more partnerships. And we need more collaboration to help some of these, applicants get to where they need to get. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Executive Director before he continues?
Just another observation, Mr. Chairman, here as well. is obviously 2 points I'd make is one is your status as an economic empowerment priority applicant, or if you've been expedited through the social equity program or your status as a DBE, that continues with you through our inspectional process. So the objective is to obviously have these folks advance down this slide. Instead of being provisionally licensed, actually get them to commence operations. So we want to see that volume shift downward. We're also seeing though this early data returns relative to pre-certified and delivery endorsement is you're seeing that volume tick up, and that's a good sign that there's interest in that license type. But obviously that continuing that same theme, we want to get those folks advanced through this process as well. So yeah, the ideal is to have the volume at the bottom of the slide.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Other comments or questions before I ask the executive director to continue?
Can I just say, Sean, thank you so much for making that comment and sort of like just giving us a visual of that, of bringing these folks down. I think it's a good opportunity to also, you know, I know we'll get into licenses later, but, you know, folks can think about people who are already in business and are working on their positive impact plans and their diversity plans. This is a good way to think about how do I support another economic empowerment applicant or a social equity applicant. You know, there's a lot of PIP, positive impact plans and diversity plans that we've read this month and even in the prior months that you will see that some folks have supported folks in different ways, and I'll probably make a comment about it later, but the goal is to move these folks down this chart. So thank you for making that a point, but also I think, you know, using this platform to call on other folks who are out there who have figured this out and provide more mentorship, more education, more access, more awareness, and more partnerships.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
This next slide you'll note is that data heavy and dense slide. I've done my best to highlight certain slides I'd like to call your attention to. First and foremost is that there are 2 marijuana couriers that have actually commenced their operations since our last meeting. That's obviously an encouraging sign and does represent progress toward that mission of the agency. You'll also see that there's an additional 65 that are pre-certified. So there's that workflow that still need to come back in and apply for the full-fledged provisional license, but there's a volume and some workflow there for us to do, and folks are actively pursuing and securing that pre-certification. Next, you'll see that there's 4 entities on the independent testing lab that have commenced their operations, but there are 7 that have provisional licenses. And also on your agenda today, we're hopeful we can advance them from that provisional license phase to a final license and then continue to increase our lab capacity. See, there's 49 cultivators that have commenced their operations, but an additional 155 that have a provisional license. The provisional license phase is an important one for a cultivator. The build out in the approval process and the inspectional process is very labor intensive. The build out on the licensee, the inspectional process on our staff, but also there's a queue there that we're actively working, managing, and observing and waiting for them to be in a state of readiness to pursue a final license. And you'll see next to that, there's 28 that have actually secured a final license. So that is the robust supply chain that we're certainly waiting for and hopeful will continue to advance toward final license and then commencing their operations. The delivery operator pre-certification, I wanted to flag as being, it's actually the number is 15 as of today. We've approved 15 delivery operator pre-certification. So wanted to call your attention to that. This data is as of, I think, last week. So that's an everyday process as it's an administrative approval. So as they're done and reviewed by staff, they then advance to me and we generally approve them on the same day. So that's a process that's actively underway. Again, thinking about the supply chain, you'll see there's 46 product manufacturers that have commenced their operations, but again, 112 in a provisional license phase. So folks are actively building out and advancing. Marijuana retailers, the total number right now of commenced operations is 146, but you see the queue of provisional licenses is 164. That number 146, though, their wholesale supply is from those 49 cultivators and 46 product manufacturers, as well as 4 micro businesses. And so our goal is obviously to get more supply into the marketplace, which obviously has an impact on price point, et cetera. but that competition is certainly real and live right now, which is why this is a really important data slide for you to continue to observe and monitor. And lastly is the marijuana micro business that has been endorsed for delivery, and we have one that's commenced their operations to date. I realize there's a lot here.
Yeah, but it's a great slide. I think we've all agreed that this is a marvelously useful slide. So thank you for it. And there's a lot to absorb here. I agree. Any questions or comments? Keep going then, please, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. So this last slide for your review is a bit of a data presentation from the medical program. You'll see that there's a total of 83 entities that have commenced their operations. There's 6 final licenses and 51 provisional licenses. We continue to work with those applicants and licensees and build out the medical program. And that number of 83 we've arrived at that number through the growth of the program. It's something we're actually quite proud of. Similarly, on the right-hand side, you'll see that there's 101,000 certified patients in the medical program, which still is a historic high. Of those, 95,000 have activated that certification and registered with the program. You'll also see that there are 280 certifying physicians and 95 certifying nurse practitioners, which does mean there continues to be 0 physician's assistants that are registered with the program.
Keep going, please.
So that concludes the data presentation of our from our Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. The next few slides here are just general commission updates I wanted to provide you an update on, is also through you to the public. As I did note in the data heavy slide, we do have 2 marijuana couriers that have commenced their operations. Those entities are We Can Deliver LLC, which is headquartered out of Athol, and then Faded LLC, which is doing business as Your Green Package, headquartered out of Bellingham. So those 2 entities have commenced their operations as of now and are actively able to deliver into permissible communities. Also wanted to note that the commission is pre-certified. Again, the number here is 13. I think that number spiked up to 15 delivery operator pre-certified applications. I also wanted to note here, it's a question we get often, so I wanted to use this opportunity to remind you as well as the public that 3-year exclusivity period is tied to delivery operator commencing operations, not the marijuana courier commencing operations. So that period has not yet begun. And so once the first delivery operator begins their operations, that would begin the clock on the 3-year exclusivity period. And also as a reminder, it's up to 3 years. The commission does have the opportunity based on information and whatever data you require to make a decision to extend that at your discretion. So just wanted to flag that for the public that that 3-year period begins for delivery operator, not courier.
Thank you.
Also, as of this week, I want to provide you an update on the social equity program in cohort 3. We've received, this was as of earlier this week, 178 applications for cohort 3 of the social equity program. We continue to receive applications every day. That application window is open through Friday, September 17th. We will review them on a rolling basis, and also reminding folks that once you are accepted into the program, if you are accepted into the program, those benefits available to any social equity program participant accrue immediately. That does include fee waivers as well as access to those exclusive license types. So that's another question we get pretty often, and so I wanted to use this opportunity to inform the public that certainly we would encourage anyone that might be eligible to consider applying. That window is open through the 17th of September, and if you are accepted into the program, the benefits would accrue to you immediately upon acceptance. I believe Commissioner Concepcion has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading my notes for the next topic. I apologize. Commissioner Concepcion, please go ahead.
Thank you. Executive Director, I just had a question, if you won't mind clarifying if there's any sort of cap on the number of participants in the social equity program.
That's a great question. There is not a cap. That program is scalable based on the model. And so we do leverage, it's a talent LMS platform. It was originally the program was built in a classroom-based setting, physical classroom setting, to provide, I think, a more efficient access as well as make it universally accessible based on time of day as well as physical location. It's a virtual platform right now. It's obviously been an enormous benefit in the day of COVID, but because of that, it's incredibly scalable and folks can access the materials. Similarly, previous participants in the program that have graduated or finished the cohort will continue to have access to ongoing coursework. A good example there would be that cohort 1 delivery was not a concept that we taught, given that it was not a license type that was available. If folks want to come back into the program and review those materials, they would have continued access to it. So there is no cap, and we're proud of that. We're also proud of the platform that allows us to ensure that there's no cap.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Muchísimas gracias. That means thank you in Spanish. And the reason I'm saying that, Executive Director Collins, I'm glad to see you smile. So I think you and I have had this conversation a little bit behind the scenes, but as a Spanish speaker and someone who is part of the Latinx community here in Massachusetts, recently I was on El Mundo doing an interview in Spanglish. That was very interesting to have to translate from English to Spanish and all the new terms. But I really want to be able to, down the line, figure out how do we open up the social equity program to folks who speak other languages, and that maybe English is not their strong, first language, because the ancillary services, which is the 4th track of our social equity program, I am in love with, I am passionate about. So I'm going to be talking more about it because I think it's a innovative way. And it's also a different connection point for small businesses, minority businesses, LGBTQ businesses, consultants. It is such an innovative track that I would love to see more people participate in it, and also folks outside of the regular cannabis community that may not know about the ancillary services and the social equity program and this track. So we can talk about that more, but I just want to put it out there. I think it's key. I've been talking to folks who are interested, yet language barriers are a situation, but I know we'll get there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in response to that, there's 2 reactions. One, I think, is outreach is imperative, especially for that 4th ancillary track, because there are folks that may not naturally relate to the cannabis industry, but still would benefit enormously from access and perspective on it. And then the last is that language barrier. And it's something that we've been thinking quite a bit about, and credit to our staff for imagining this. One of the things we're actually doing right now, unrelated to the social equity program, is translating key documents for the commission. So our regulations, certain guidance documents into different languages. Obviously, the English edition will continue to be the official edition that we will refer to in all matters, but just trying to make the agency and our regulations more accessible is a goal of ours. And obviously, I think that does it should extend at some point to the social equity program to continue making it as accessible and effective as possible. So again, just 2 reactions. One is outreach, and then the second, excuse me, is that I agree with you. I think that language barrier is something we need to be mindful of.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director.
Okay, continuing with just updates for your consideration here is that since the last commission meeting, the legislature has in fact enacted the FY22 budget and sent it to the governor for his consideration. There are 2 line items I wanted to call your attention to. The first is our main operations item, which is funded at $12.4 million. That is consistent with our request. And then the second is for the medical use of marijuana program at $2.7 million, which is also consistent with our request. The one line item that was not funded was the public awareness campaign. So absent that, we were fully funded at our request. So I wanted to alert you to that. At a future date, I'll certainly come before the commission, provide perspective on the closeout of FY21 to demonstrate where we landed with that funding and also where we intend to go in FY22 based on this available funding.
So thank you, Mr. Executive Director. So the Executive Director and I have spoken to leadership in both houses and thanked them for their support. For the newer commissioners, we have, since the beginning of the commission in September of 2017, gotten our full requested operating budget for both the adult use program and then since December of 2018 when we took over the medical program for the medical program as well. And I just wanted to publicly state what I said to congressional leadership or legislative leadership, excuse me, which is we are deeply grateful for their support and grateful for their confidence in our ability to deliver against our commitments and to use the state funds wisely and carefully. So thank you to both houses for their support.
And just so as not to take anything for granted as well, to my knowledge, the governor has not yet signed the budget. So there's still some steps that need to occur. He certainly has the opportunity to review and modify, veto, or et cetera. So we continue to monitor it. We take nothing for granted, and we'll continue to work with the administration as well, and obviously report back to the commission at a later date once the FY22 budget is in fact finalized and signed into law.
Thank you. And thank you to our Chief Financial Officer for her leadership and support. Adriana, it's obviously an important part of getting this approval is the confidence that both houses of the legislature have in not just the commission, but our financial management as well. So thank you, Adriana.
So these next few slides really pertain to hiring and the hiring activity around the agency. So considering the update I just offered you on the social equity program, I'm pleased to inform you that the Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach began with the commission on June 28th. It's Kevin Sibley. And I imagine once we return to in-person meetings, we'll have a bit of a parade of new staff that have joined the agency and make those proper introductions. Hopefully during the course of his onboarding, I'm confident he's had the chance to meet with each of you. We're certainly excited to have him on board, and not a lot of onboarding. It's right into the thick of it, which is prior to your arrival, we opened the application process for the social equity program, and folks are actively applying. So we're excited to have him on board. We're also in the process now of identifying the final candidates and making formal offers, as well as conducting any final checks on investigators, licensing specialists, an executive assistant, as well as a receptionist and office manager. So those roles, having been posted and now successfully navigated the hiring process, are in their final stages where we can begin to identify start dates, et cetera, and think about the onboarding process. That is a large volume of staff that will join the commission in the next few weeks and months, especially in the investigator and licensing specialist ranks. There's also a number of other positions that we are hiring on the next slide, which include program coordinator for community outreach, which continues to build out support for that aspect of the agency, which would fall within our communications team, and think about outreach more broadly, certainly tied to the social equity program, as well as building out the ranks of associate enforcement counsel, bringing in that volume of investigators, making sure that we're able to support them with legal support, and the enforcement team is important, as well as bringing in a research analyst to continue supporting our research agenda. And then lastly is a constituent service associate, which just closed yesterday. A concern, obviously, with bringing in that many staff is where we're going to put them and making sure we have adequate space and we're able to accommodate, which does coincide conveniently with an ongoing discussion relative to our return to office and what that looks like. And so I shared with you recently, as well as with our department heads and our staff, we did survey our staff relative to their comfort level in returning to the office. Just a few highlights from that I'd like to share or bring your attention to is that our staff continues to remain incredibly engaged to the point where we had a 97% response rate to our survey, which is incredibly impressive. By and large, that staff at also 97% indicated they're comfortable working from home. And one of the concerns relative to return to the office is obviously that our headquarters is in Union Station, and it's a public train station that we want to be mindful of, that certainly the public has every right to access and does on a pretty robust basis access throughout the day. It's primarily a transportation hub between trains and buses, et cetera. So we'll continue to work with our staff and make sure that they feel comfortable in any conversation we're having. But part of it is also introducing new staff to the agency at this level as well. So I wanted to be mindful that we have to have a physical space to locate them and then also integrate them to our agency, knowing that a lot of our staff have not yet met each other given our hiring activity. So that's a overview in a nutshell. So any questions I'm happy to take, and certainly want to provide those updates to you on a regular ongoing basis.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Devin, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, just a comment and to thank our team for doing this survey. It's a pretty acknowledged HR best practice as everybody considers what's next after coming out of this period of the pandemic and the COVID. So I appreciate not only the leadership to put out a survey to get our team's feedback, but also the strong response rate that we got from the team to tell us what they're thinking. So I think it's a valuable tool, and appreciate the executive director doing this.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions for the executive director? Commissioner Pargo, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Of course I am.
Well, I won't say anything. Go ahead, please.
Well, Chairman, I was going to say, everyone here, I think except for you, has worked in state government, right? And I'm saying that because this is exactly what we need to be thinking about, is how are we going to grow this commission? How are we going to make it sustainable? I think Sean has done a really, great job of thinking this through, and all these staff members that are going to be onboarded soon. We are, at some point we're going to, not have the capacity, but I think that this is what I said earlier in my opening remarks, is that, I think this second phase of the commission, I think we need to start thinking about commissioners. What does this commission look like in the next 3 to 5 years? So I think that this is a good point, Sean, again, in terms of thinking through what do we need in the long run. And I say my comment about all of us being in state government, except for the chairman, because I think we can all agree, and Commissioner Roy, I think you'll find this out in a few weeks, this is not your typical state agency. There is something special, innovative, and exciting about the work that we're doing here, but also about the team and the staff behind the scenes. So I just want to say that, and I think, Commissioner Stebbins, I echo you in terms of our staff getting to where they're at in terms of this going back to office survey. And Sean, again, thank you for your leadership on this.
I want to thank you also for those comments, Commissioner Camargo. One of the things that goes back to the very beginning of the commission with Sean and the original 5 commissioners was the realization that we had an enormous opportunity here, building a state agency from scratch. We got to do it what we thought was the right way. We put together a mission statement and a set of operating principles and committed to build a 21st century government agency that would be best practice, not just within the state, but across the country. And while that is an aspiration that we continue to work against, I'm proud that we've taken advantage of that opportunity. And this is unique. And while you're right, I don't have firsthand experience working in other government agencies. I'm proud of what we built here, and I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I'll give you kudos, Chairman. You got it. You got that.
Thank you so much. I'll have to kind of calm down, given that I'm not used to that. But
well,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Get us
not
out of
having
this.
Government before. We're gonna give you that, because you know what though. Regardless, at the end of the day, you've been the chairman of the board, so congratulations to you too. So.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Would you rescue me, please, from this and move on in your agenda?
That concludes my report.
Okay. Well, thank you. Before you move on, are there any last questions or comments for the executive director before we move into the next agenda item? Well, then, thank you very much, Sean. Really appreciate the update and obviously all the work of you and the staff behind that update. So thank you. The next agenda item, as I mentioned, is to continue or restart the conversation that we started last month on executive director compensation. I want to just make a few comments before I will make a motion asking it to be seconded and then voted on to go into executive session. So the way this will work is that if we do vote to go into executive session, I'm going to ask each of the commissioners to leave this meeting, and there is a separate invitation in your calendar for the executive session. I'll ask you to join that meeting. What I'd like to do is, if we go into executive session, let's go directly into it. It's only 10:45, so we've only been going for about 45 minutes. Let's go directly into executive session, and then we'll take a break at the end of executive session before we reconvene in public session. So I'm going to ask for a motion and a vote to go into executive session. But before I do, I want to just make a couple of points. I will ask for a roll call vote from each of the commissioners about going into executive session, about the motion to go into executive session. At the time I ask for your vote, I need to also ask you to state on the record that you are alone and that no other person is present or able to hear commission deliberations. So I'll ask each of you to confirm that affirmatively. I will also ask you to vote with the knowledge that besides the commissioners, the participants in the executive session will be our general counsel, our chief people officer, and Christopher Smith, our associate general counsel, who will be there for note-taking purposes. Sean will not be in the original or the beginning of the meeting, but we have the opportunity to bring him into the meeting at the appropriate point, but he will not be there initially. So when you make your vote, please make your vote, as I said, affirming that you are alone and nobody can hear your conversation, and with the understanding of who from staff, which members of staff will be in the executive session. I also want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the meeting, which is that in the executive session, we will deliberate and discuss the matter. If there is a vote to be taken, we will take that vote once we have returned to public session. We will not take that vote in executive session. Any questions before I ask for make the motion and ask for a second? Okay, then let me make the following motion. I move under the open meeting law, GL Chapter 30A, Section 21A, 2 and A7, and the Public Records Law, GL Chapter 66, and the exemptions set forth in GL Chapter 4, Section 7, 26C, that the commission enter into executive session to prepare for and negotiate the terms and condition of the executive director's employment. Could I have a second of that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Hoffman made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Let me ask for a vote. And again, please, I would like you also, before you make your vote, to affirm that you're alone and that nobody can hear the deliberations. Commissioner Camargo?
I am alone. And do you want me to vote on it as well, you said?
Yes.
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
And I affirm that I'm alone and no one can hear my deliberations.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Stebbins?
I can also confirm that I am alone and no one else can hear this conversation.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you're welcome to join the executive session if you'd like. If you would, please both vote and affirm that you are alone and nobody can hear your conversation.
Yeah, aye, and I'm alone. No one can hear my conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hoffman, and I am alone and nobody can hear my conversation. Let the record show that the commission approved going into executive session by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, Roy, and Hoffman, with none opposed. We are in executive session at 10:48, and as I mentioned, we will reconvene into public session when we are done with the executive session. So I ask each of my fellow commissioners to leave this meeting and to log into the executive session meeting, and let's do that directly, and we'll take a break afterward, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you. We are in executive session.
My camera.
Okay, it is 11:45. Commissioner Camargo, I can see you. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy. I cannot see Commissioner Concepcion. Are you back?
I'm back.
Thank you. So the commission is back in public session at 11:45 a.m. Thank you. Before we get to staff recommendations on licensure, let's close proceedings from the executive session. In the executive session, we discussed the matter of the executive director's compensation, and we will have a discussion, and I'll ask for a motion and a vote on that compensation. Prior to doing so, I would like to just state for the record that in the executive session, we spoke solely about the executive director's compensation, but it was based upon a formal performance evaluation that was conducted with Sean by myself in January of this year. It was based upon input from each of the commissioners at that time, which are all the previous commissioners. None of the was part of that process. And also input from all of Sean's direct reports. I synthesized those inputs and conducted a consensus review with Sean in January of this year. And I will not go through the details of what was in that review because it was done again by myself and Sean and not subject to public disclosure. I will, however, say that the overall evaluation of Sean's performance was exceeds expectations, and that overall evaluation exceeds expectations was used as kind of the foundation for the discussion we just had in executive session. I would like to ask Commissioner Stebbins to lead off the discussion, and again, we'll discuss, and at the appropriate time, I'll ask for a motion and a second and a vote on this topic. Commissioner Stebbins, would you kick us off, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our executive.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Stebbins, I truly apologize for the interruption. One thing I just wanted to make clear is that Commissioner Roy has opted to participate in this conversation and in the vote on this matter. And we welcome her participation, obviously. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins. Sorry for the interruption.
No problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, appreciate the process that was undertaken, and as the chair mentioned, it was conducted by our predecessors on the commission. I also wanted to make sure that the executive director knew that from putting on hold the discussion from the last executive session to this meeting certainly in no way reflects anything with respect to his performance or the great work that he and his team have done. It was more a chance for the commissioners to understand the process, get our arms around the process, and have some conversations with the team. Is the process which is consistent for the entire Cannabis Control Commission team. The evaluation yielded a score or a performance rating of exceeds expectations. And with that, there is a recommendation of a 3% increase. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to make the recommendation in terms of a compensation adjustment for us to vote on.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Other comments, please? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just echo the sentiment of Commissioner Stebbins, and I fully support the proposed motion for when we do have it for the 3% merit increase. Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo?
Do we give kudos now or after the vote?
You are you have free will, so you can do whatever you prefer. I welcome kudos to the executive director because he certainly deserves them. And whether it's before or after the vote is up to you.
I was just going to say kudos to us for making it through executive session. But I just want to say, Executive Director Sean Collins, thank you so much for your leadership. I know it has been very difficult to build this organization. Like I said earlier, good job. There is work to do. And I think that once we look at the next process in terms of this, I'm really excited to just, continuing to work with you and look at how do we think about strategic planning? How do we think, big picture? How do we, you as the leader of the CCC and us as commissioners, how do we work together to allow the commission to move forward, right? To create this as one of the best agencies in state government and throughout the country, but also to think about the culture that we have at the CCC, right? And how do we strengthen that? How do we continue to find resources for staff? How do we continue to, make sure our leadership have what they need? And you've done a really good job thus far. So I would say kudos to you, kudos to your team, and we have a lot of work to do. So thank you, Sean, for all your work. And I'm looking forward to, the next phase of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion?
Yeah, so I'll just add a few comments. I'll be short and sweet. First, I've already told you, Sean, our executive director, thank you so much for your hard work. Although I've only been here, up until recently, I was the newest commissioner by 2 weeks, but I've only been here about 6 months, and it has been evident to me the amount of work that you put in, and to know that you are the first executive director of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, and the efforts that you have done to bring us to this point in the next phase of the commission and what's before us. So I just want to thank you for all of your hard work, and really just commend you for everything that you've been doing here.
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, I neglected to offer my kudos as well. Is a relative new rookie and is, I would say, still drinking from the fire hose with respect to the position. I thank Sean for his good work. I think what has really impressed me, one of the many things that has impressed me, is the fact that Massachusetts is, again, part of a handful of states that have legalized cannabis for adult use. In Sean's leadership, not just within creating the regulatory framework for the industry here in Massachusetts, but the outreach he has done to make connections with other jurisdictions to offer his thoughts and expertise to those other jurisdictions as they get up and off the ground. His efforts in pulling other jurisdictions together so that there is communication across jurisdictions as to what some of those best practices are is greatly appreciated. With everything on his plate, he could have, I don't want to make this analogy, but he could have acted like a turtle and just curled up in his shell to do his own work. But that has not been his nature or his approach. So I greatly appreciate the great work that he has done, and onboarding 4 new faces has certainly been a lot for he and the team. So I appreciate that work as well.
Thank you, Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am by far the newest kid on the block. It's ours, actually. And I just want to thank Executive Director Collins for all of his immediate outreach to me. It has been it has exceeded expectations, if I may coin a phrase, my onboarding process, and extremely professional. And I just want to thank him for that. And I look forward to working with him in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, go ahead.
Sean, I forgot to say, I just want to say, I feel like this is your birthday party right now, but thank you for being mindful when you were building this, of picking such a diverse team. I think that folks don't talk about that enough. I know that there was an article done a few months ago on ethnic media online, but you were really mindful about picking your team and making sure that it reflects the community we serve. So, big up to you in terms of doing that. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Not much left for me to say, Sean, that hasn't been said already, other than I echo all the comments that my fellow commissioners made. But I'll add two things to it. First of all, on a personal note, I just want to say it's been one of the pleasures of my professional life to have the opportunity to work with you over the last almost 4 years. You're a remarkable person. You've made my job infinitely easier, and I just want to thank you for that. And I also want to acknowledge my strongly held belief that while there is more work to do, I certainly agree with Commissioner Camargo on that. There is no way the commission would be as far along as we are in terms of building an industry that is equitable and fair and safe, building such an extraordinarily talented team. There's no way we would have accomplished that without your leadership, Sean. I just want that to be acknowledged. That being said, I would, Commissioner Stebbins, our legal team has given me proposed language. I'd like to read that language and ask you to make such a motion if you're comfortable with it. Is that all right?
Yes.
So I'd like you to make the following motion if you're comfortable. I move for the commission to authorize the chairman to work with the executive director and chief people officer to effectuate the agreed upon compensation for the executive director to be increased by 3%, resulting from commission's negotiations.
I would make that motion.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, of that motion?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. We are now on to our next order of business, which is our licensure discussions based upon staff recommendations. Do I see Mr. Potvin anyplace? There you are.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Almost good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, and welcome to Commissioner Roy.
Yes, thank you, Kyle. It's great to see you, and Commissioner Roy will have a lot of opportunity to get to know you better. Glad that you had a chance to get started on your introductions. Okay, we have a fair amount of material to cover, so let's get started. First, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we have 7 changes of ownership to consider. So can we start, please, Mr. Potvin, with Baked Bean LLC?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first licensee requesting a change of ownership and control is Baked Bean LLC. They're seeking an ownership and control change over 1 adult use license, and they're proposing to add 1 entity with direct or indirect control. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments from Mr. Potvin before I ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation on change of ownership for Baked Bean LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Commissioner Roy, you're back to acting as a participant, as an observer. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So Commissioner Hoffman, I'll let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Baked Bean LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Berkeley Botanicals LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Berkeley Botanicals LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses. They're requesting to add 11 individuals and 5 entities to those 3 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments for Mr. Potvin before I ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Berkeley Botanicals LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Can Can I ask Commissioner Stebbins to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation of change of ownership for Berkeley Botanicals LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, there are two, they're separate entities, but pretty much the same transaction, Cultivation LLC and Cultivate Leicester Incorporated. Starting with Cultivate Cultivation LLC. I will mention, as I did when we discussed and voted on the Cresco Labs license for a retail outlet in Fall River. At that point, I mentioned that one of the directors of Cresco Labs was a gentleman by the name of Tom Manning, who is a former business partner of mine going back to the 90s. I have not been in contact with Mr. Manning since then, but I just wanted that to be noted for the record. Go ahead, Mr. Potvin, please, on Cultivate Cultivation LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change in ownership and control is Cultivate Cultivation LLC. They're requesting this change over 2 adult use licenses. They're requesting 11 individuals and 3 entities to become persons and entities with direct and indirect control over these licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments? And then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Cultivate Cultivation LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Cultivate Cultivation LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Ms. Potvin, next up is Cultivate Leicester Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Cultivate Leicester Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 5 adult use licenses and 2 medical marijuana treatment center licenses. They're seeking to add the same 11 individuals and the same 3 entities to these 7 licenses. Besides the information that is already within the executive summary for your review, staff would like to point out that there is a little bit of a novel issue here that is explicit within the executive summary. While the proposed parties do not appear to have exceeded any canopy or ownership limits, there will be the surrendering of a license on behalf of Cresco, one of their adult use retail licenses. This was proposed by the parties in order for them to remain compliant with the commission's regulatory and statutory license caps. With that being said, the requirements here for if you approve this change of ownership, the conditions are set up so that the surrendering of the license will have to happen first before any effectuation of the change of ownership before you. I would point to condition number 1 for your review and note that the surrendering of the license there is explicit on what needs to happen for this to occur after your approval. And once the surrendering of the license has occurred, then they will be able to effectuate this change of ownership and control following your approval. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. That's very important. I was going to ask you about that, so I appreciate the information. There's also, they have an application for another license in place as well. That's also going to be rescinded, or what? Am I correct on that?
They have, yes, there's a medical marijuana treatment center license for Cresco that they will most likely be rescinding and not moving forward with.
Okay, so if they do that and the surrendering that you just talked about, they are compliant with our cap restrictions, correct?
Correct. Currently, the only issue that will be apparent is a 4th retail license, the MR 281337. They have in their change of ownership and control application, they were forthright and stated that that license would in fact have to be surrendered in order to remain compliant with the cap limits for licenses. It is a license that's located in Fall River that they'll be surrendering for adult use. It will not affect patient access as they will still be operating their medical marijuana treatment center license at that same location.
It's a co-located facility. Could I ask you one other question, please, Mr. Potvin? This is the first time a license will have been surrendered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I presume, and I'm sure this is the case, but I'd appreciate if you just give us a little bit of detail. We have a clear process for what has to happen for that to occur. It's not just surrendering a license, but there's inventory and other issues. So could you just give us a high-level perspective on what the surrendering process will look like?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. And under condition 1 on the recommendation of the executive summary, it kind of spells out some of that information already. But if this change of ownership is approved under that condition, we are requiring that the licensee submit a comprehensive plan for the unwinding of their adult use operation of that retail license. That will include information about the transfer and unwinding and the reduction of their inventory to other licensees in the industry or to their medical license before they surrender that license. Other things that they will have to do is surrender their agent registrations for anybody who's currently registered under that license. But they also plan on, this particular licensee also plans on making having some outreach to their constituents, regular customers, anybody that they have, along with the city of Fall River. Once that plan is submitted to the commission, our enforcement staff will review it. We will verify that in Metric, our seed to sale tracking system, that the inventory is at 0, and make sure that there are a couple of other things that are in place. And once we review that, if it's compliant with the commission's regulations, allow them to then tell us when they're going to surrender the license.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Potvin. That was very helpful. I appreciate it. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that goes into thinking through this novel occurrence. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Potvin before I ask for a motion? Then I think we are up to Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to on change of ownership for Cultivate Leicester Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Cultivate Leicester Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Fourscore Holdings LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Fourscore Holdings LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses, and they are proposing to add 5 individuals and 1 entity to those 3 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Fourscore Holdings LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please? Do you have a question before you?
No, I'm sorry. You said, do I I'm sorry, I kind of blanked out. You said second it?
Would you second the motion, please?
So moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Fourscore Holdings LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Potvin, New England Treatment Access LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is New England Treatment Access LLC. They're requesting a change of ownership and control over 5 adult use licenses and 3 medical marijuana treatment center licenses. They're requesting to add 6 individuals and 2 entities to these licenses. There is additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Questions or comments from Mr. Potvin? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for New England Treatment Access LLC?
So move.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for New England Treatment Access LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Potvin, QPS Massachusetts Holdings LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is QPS Massachusetts Holdings LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They're requesting 1 individual and 1 entity be added to those 2 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? And Commissioner Concepcion, could I please ask you for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for QPS Massachusetts Holdings LLC?
Moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for QPS Massachusetts Holdings LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Is that it, Mr. Potvin, for change of ownership at this point in time?
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on the agenda are renewals, and before we get into it, there's a couple of housekeeping items. First, Mr. Executive Director, I understand you have some comments on the subject of renewals, and then you wish to turn it over to Mr. Potvin for some further comments. So, Mr. Executive Director, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to briefly, I guess, ask our Director of Licensing and hopefully shed some light on the renewal process and also advise anyone, especially our licensees that may be watching and embarking on the renewal process, advise them as to resources that are available as well as some of the timelines that we experience. I've had more than several interactions with licensees that it seems the renewal process becomes a panicked process toward the end of the window in order to apply. So I know we have a guidance document on our website. I know we also have the regulatory language is clear as to this, which is that there's a 60-day window to apply. But I guess, Mr. Potvin, are you able to perhaps shed some light on the steps that we proactively take to I guess, alert folks to when their license may in fact be expiring, as well as to that process? And again, what I've observed at least is that the agenda building process, as well as I'm sure the impact on your staff, is certainly renewals are not automatic, and I know that your staff does quite a bit of work in reviewing for compliance. So could you help me understand, and obviously through me the commissioners as well, just a bit about the renewal process and specifically the proactive steps that we as an agency take?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I'd be happy to talk about that. Renewals for any type of license is a regular thing, whether it be a business license or a driver's license. In the context of a marijuana establishment or a medical marijuana treatment center, once a licensee receives a provisional license and they pay their licensing fee, that license is valid for 1 year and it must be renewed annually to remain active. Licensees who want to remain active are required to submit that license renewal application at least 60 days prior to the expiration of the license. The license renewal application is available on Mass CIP or the Massachusetts Cannabis Industry Portal under the username associated with the original license application that was filed. Automatic alerts come from Mass CIP to that user account's email address. They are sent automatically at the 150-day mark, 120-day mark, 90-day mark, and 60-day mark prior to the license expiring. And as I said, that the user can just log into Mass CIP when they get that alert, and the application should be there. And it is made available 120 days before the license is due to expire. As I just said, the licensee is required to submit it at least 60 days prior to when it's going to expire, and the application goes live at 120 days, which gives licensees essentially 2 months to complete the renewal application. Licensees are really encouraged, and I would definitely support this, to plan ahead, understand these requirements, and plan ahead when they know that their license is going to be expiring and when they start getting these automatic notices. To plan ahead, licensees should be aware of the following. All licensees are required to get new certificates of good standing from the Secretary of the Commonwealth's office, the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Unemployment Assistance. As these things are issued by other state agencies, these are things that should be looked at as planning ahead, retrieving them from those state agencies, and making sure that they're uploaded in their license renewal application annually. Another requirement is understanding the appropriate license fee that's required. The commission has had several regulatory changes, so licensees who were licensed in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 should be aware of what the new license fee is for their particular license. Another requirement of the license renewal application is that licensees should be updating any information, including background check information, any new events that may have occurred over the past year. All of those changes that have occurred from any information that you've previously submitted to the commission should be updated in your renewal application. And lastly, as far as a requirement for the license renewal process, and I can't stress this enough as it is extremely important, all licensees and applicants, when they originally file for their to get a license through the commission, are required to submit a diversity plan and a plan to positively impact disproportionately harm people, which was formerly known as a positive impact plan. Licensees are required every year, whether operational or not, to state their progress and success towards the goals that they told the commission that they would try to achieve in their original application for licensure. This should be something that licensees are aware of, something that licensees should stay on top of. Licensees should be planning throughout the year so that when it comes time to submit your renewal application, it's not a last minute effort or a last minute update. It's very easy to plan ahead and make this part of a business strategic plan for the licensee and the marijuana establishment and the medical marijuana treatment center. So again, that information, any progress or success towards either one of those plans is required to be stated with the renewal application annually every year. If the licensee does not remain compliant with the renewal process, some of the things that could happen is that the license may expire, which will prevent the transfer or sale of any product and metric, and may require the licensee to not be able to serve certain populations that they serve. If licensees have questions about the renewal process and the renewal requirement or an expiration date of a particular license, licensees can reach out to commission staff at licensing@cccmass.com. And as the executive director stated, the commission just recently approved an updated guidance on licensure during the last public meeting. I would definitely encourage all licensees to review the license renewal section of that guidance document.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poppin. Anything else, Mr. Executive Director?
I guess, thank you. Just to build off of what Kyle indicated, before a license renewal is required to be submitted, the entity would have heard from us at least 4 times through an automated alert. And in the email address that it is sent to is the contact information that we have on file for that license. And so as an ongoing continuing compliance matter, I would encourage any licensee to make sure that that information is accurate, because there have been instances where the licensee represents to us that they never got those notices. It could be that it's a stale or old email address. So please be sure to confirm that that's the correct email address we have on file. That is how we will communicate. But that notice is in advance. To Kyle's point, it's 150 days out. The other element that they are required to submit is that they've sought information from their host municipality relative to the costs that have been accrued to that community. So renewal is not a foregone conclusion, and it is the commission's prerogative to renew a license. Our objective is to provide you as much information as possible. When these applications come in tardy, it makes our job a little bit more difficult, and obviously we will do what we can to make sure folks are able to maintain their license status, but we do need their assistance with that process. So I wanted to just highlight that for your edification, but also encourage every licensee to be on the lookout for those notices. You will have gotten at least 4 notices from us prior to the required date of submission. So we try to be as proactive as possible, but we need folks' assistance in that as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director, and thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Before we get into the roster and the votes, I want to again thank Commissioner Camargo for her leadership in thinking through the renewal process, particularly as it relates to performance against diversity and positive impact plans. So thank you so much for your leadership, Commissioner Camargo. I know you have a couple of conditions that you're going to request on some of these renewals, but before we get into that, do you have any opening comments, or when would you like to make your comments?
I think with our executive director's comments just now, I really appreciate that. I think that folks need to understand the renewal process a lot better and understand the resources that we have, but also allow themselves time to not scramble and or be panicked, and specifically around the diversity plans and positive impact plans. This is not just a check the box exercise, and it's not just a provisional license process. This is also a process at renewals. So I just really appreciate it. So thank you, Executive Director Sean Collins and the chairman for your comments.
Okay, thanks. We typically do renewals as rosters. I'm going to suggest that we do the following. Commissioner Camargo, as I mentioned, has conditions that she's requested on 5 specific renewals, so we'll treat those individually. We'll then do a roster of the remaining adult use renewals, and then another roster of the medical treatment center renewals, if that's okay. Before I do, though, Mr. Potvin, do you have any introductory comments on this full renewal roster?
No, not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then again, let's go through the individual licenses that Commissioner Camargo has requested additional conditions on, and then we'll go through the remainder as a roster. The first 2 sets of conditions, or the first 2 entities or licenses, excuse me, that Commissioner Camargo has requested additional conditions on are F and G, Comcan Incorporated MRR 205788 and Comcan Incorporated MRR 205801. The conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo, and I will read them. A, within 90 days, the licensee shall provide notification to the Cannabis Control Commission on how a donation to the food pantry in Millis encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. While establishments may donate to organizations of their choice, when choosing an organization to donate to for inclusion in their plan to impact disproportionate people and communities, this is a gentle reminder, I don't know, to please be cautious, mindful, and intentional to ensure that such donations are in line with the mission of the Cannabis Control Commission. That is requested condition 1 from Commissioner Camargo on these 2 licenses. The second condition requested on these 2 licenses from Commissioner Camargo. Within 90 days, submit measurable outcomes for goal 1 and 2 in your diversity plan as it relates to MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Any questions or comments for a motion? Then could I ask, please, Commissioner Camargo, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals to Comcan Incorporated MRR 205788 and MRR 205801, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins. Muted.
I know you love that, Mr. Chairman.
I can't tell you how much joy that gives me. Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved staff recommendation on renewals for Comcast Incorporated MRR 205788 and MRR 205801 with subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. So thank you. The next two conditions that Commissioner Camargo has requested, or the next two licenses that Commissioner Camargo has requested additional conditions on, are H and Commonwealth Farm 1761 Incorporated MCR 140024 and Commonwealth Farm 1761 Incorporated MPR 243633. The additional conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo on those two license renewals are you'd like to make a comment? It's not a condition. Go ahead. Let me read the second condition. Go ahead and make your comment, please, and then I'll read the other condition.
Chairman, why don't you go ahead and read the condition? I think it's more appropriate.
Okay, that's fine. So the condition requested by Commissioner Camargo on these two license renewals are: within 90 days, submit measurable outcomes for the webinar that was conducted as it relates to your goal of, quote, 25 people attending, and whether feedback received from evaluations of individuals attending the training was higher than 80%, unquote. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to this applicant or licensee, I'm sorry, because they are still not operational, but have gone beyond the call of duty to have a webinar to engage community. And they did a good job at it. So my only condition is to just, they did it, but send us some outcomes and information in terms of how many folks attended the session. But thank you to them for doing that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Camargo. So I would like to ask, please, for Commissioner Concepcion to make a motion to approve staff recommendation on renewals for Commonwealth Farm 1761 Incorporated MCR 140024 and Commonwealth Farm 1761 Incorporated MPR 243633, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on renewals for Commonwealth Farm 1761 Incorporated, both MCR 140024 and MPR 243633, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. There is one more renewal that Commissioner Camargo has requested an additional condition on, and that is O, INSA Incorporated MRR 205775. The condition requested by Commissioner Camargo is within 90 days submit an update on the 4 scholarships and whether they have been awarded. Are there any other requests for additional conditions on this? Then let me ask, please, Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation on renewal for INSA Incorporated MRR 205775, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a renewal to INSA Incorporated MRR 205775, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. If I'm correct, those are the only requests for additional conditions on renewals that you have, Commissioner Camargo?
Correct.
Okay. Once again, thank you. Thank you very much for your leadership on this topic. So what I'd like to do then is propose that we consider the remaining adult use renewals as a roster, and to be specific, those are on this chart, A through E, J through N, and P through double A. Can I ask Commissioner Stebbins, please, for a motion to approve that roster of staff recommendations on renewals?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask, please, Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on this roster of renewals by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next, I would like to ask the commission to consider the roster of renewals. If we go to the next slide, please, Matt. Thank you. For medical licenses, we are talking about double B through 00. I am not aware of any additional conditions being requested on these renewals, so I'd like us to consider them as a roster. If I could ask Commissioner Camargo, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on renewals for this roster of licenses?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on renewals for this roster by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Mr. Potvin, are we done with renewals at this point in time?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, it is 12:31. It is clear that my forecast was inaccurate. We are not going to get done by 1. Speaking only for myself, I could really use a little sustenance, so I'm going to suggest we take a half-hour lunch break and reconvene, or 29-minute lunch break, and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Is that acceptable to everybody? Anybody need more time? Okay, then we are in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay. See, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, you back? Commissioner Concepcion, I can see. There's Commissioner Roy. So we're just looking for Commissioner Concepcion or Camargo, excuse me. Did somebody text Commissioner Camargo and see if she's going to rejoin?
I'll shoot her a text.
Thank you very much.
Just trying to get back in.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Welcome back.
My apologies, Chairman. I was having some
No problem.
technical difficulties.
No problem. Okay, the commission is back in session at 1:02 p.m. The next agenda item are final licenses or is final licenses. We'll do these again as two rosters, one for the adult use finals, and then there are two medical finals. I am not aware of any conditions or requests for comments on these rosters before I ask for a motion. I will note that we have two labs that are getting final licenses, which is good news, obviously, as we try to continue to expand our lab capacity in the state. Also noticed there's four final licenses for Martha's Vineyard, which is certainly welcome progress there. Couple in Boston, also I think good progress, but I have no knowledge, as I said, of anybody asking for any conditions on these. So if it's okay to treat these as entire rosters, I will do so. Any objections? Then go ahead, Mr. Poppin, do you have some summary comments before I ask for a motion and vote?
Just one general comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
As you noted, yes, there are two labs up for final licenses, but overall, this is a total of 31 final licenses being recommended to the commission, and I can confirm that this is the largest number of final license recommendations made on behalf of staff to date for a single meeting, and I just want to acknowledge and show appreciation and support for all of our investigators and compliance officers under the direction of our Director of Investigations, Noam Kamalo, and obviously the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Yao Jibi, that they are doing a lot of work, especially during a difficult time for COVID reasons, but doing a lot of work, definitely reaching the licensees, and the work product here shows that. So I want to show my appreciation towards them.
Thank you very much. Well said, and certainly I completely support and agree with that comment. I wasn't sure. I thought we were close to a record. I wasn't actually sure that we were at a record, but good to know. In that case, though, I would like to ask then for a consideration of two rosters. The first roster would be A through double C, which are all the adult use final licenses. Could I ask Commissioner Camargo, could you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to everybody on that agenda, on that roster, excuse me?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask Commissioner Concepcion to second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to the discussed roster A through double C by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. The next roster that I would ask us to consider are the two medical facilities, DD and EE. Could I ask Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation issue final licenses to both companies on that roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to the two companies on this roster by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Mr. Hoffman, are there any other final licenses to be considered at this point in time?
No, not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much for your help and for everybody in your department. I understand that we're going to have a new person do the provisional licenses with us today. Could you provide an introduction, please, Mr. Potvin?
Absolutely. I would be more than happy to, Mr. Chairman. One of our licensing managers, Suko Defoe, has joined us, and she will be presenting all of the provisional licenses for your consideration today. A little bit of an update on Suko. As most of you may know her, she started with us as a licensing specialist, our first licensing specialist, 3 years ago on Friday. And she got promoted last year to a licensing manager. So one of our more seasoned employees who helps us handle the day-to-day activities for licensing and within our general enforcement department. And with that, I would definitely turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman, to get the ball rolling. But I think this is a great evolution, and I'm happy to see what Suko has to present today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin, and Suko, welcome. We've done this once before. Didn't you cover for Kyle once when he was out of the office, or is this your first time?
No, Chairman. This is the second time that I'll be presenting.
Well, welcome back. We're
Thank
delighted
you.
to have you, and thank you again for all of your work, obviously, that goes behind the scenes before these meetings, so thank you. Before we get into, and again, provisionals, as always, we will do one by one. I have a number of conditions from my colleague commissioners, so we're going to go through these in detail one by one. Before I do so, I understand Commissioner Stebbins, you'd like to make a few comments?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Suko.
Thank you.
I wanted to offer a couple of comments before we consider our agenda of provisional licenses. First, it's great to see the application group includes some SCPs, some economic empowerment, and applications from DBEs, cultivators, and a testing lab. And I want to thank Director Potvin and his team, as usual, for pulling these together. It's always great work. Applicants submit documentation in their application that meets some basic requirements. And staff is great at making sure those required documents are included in each packet that we review. Anyone who's viewed commission meetings realize that commissioners have taken a thorough review of diversity plans as well as positive impact plans. Parts of the application that allow an entity to focus on what they want to say about their business and where they will operate, as well as meeting the goals of the statute. As I pointed out at our last meeting, my concern that 2 distinct applications had similar language in their plans. And among today's group of applications, I believe I have counted 5 with similar plans in different applications. I respect that the work of the, pulling these applications together is tough to undertake, to complete the requirements of an application. And, securing professional support to do that is certainly advisable. I would, however, strongly encourage applicants to put their own personal stamp on a PIP and a diversity plan. These are the opportunity for you to focus on your approach to operating your business. Others do it, and we hope that you will too. And we'll continue to monitor this as we look at future provisionals and renewals as they come forward. So just wanted to point that out, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for letting me do that.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your leadership on this topic, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay, Suko, you ready?
I think I am.
Okay, well, let's get started. The first provisional license that is up for consideration is Berkshire Wellco Cultivation LLC, which is Tier 4 outdoor Cultivation, this would be expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead, Suko.
Okay, the applicant here is Berkshire Wellco Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 1375 North Main Street, located in Sheffield. This applicant received expedited review due to their license type. They're seeking a cultivation Tier 4 outdoor license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Stebbins, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
apologize. That license condition is supposed to apply to the next application.
Just for the lab manufacturing, my mistake.
Right.
You're actually, you specified that, so that's my mistake. So I'm therefore not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license application. Are there questions or comments or additional conditions? Okay, then Commissioner Camargo, I ask you please to make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Berkshire Wellco Cultivation LLC.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please. Oh, Commissioner Camargo, excuse me, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Berkshire Wellco Cultivation LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, Berkshire Wellco Labs and Manufacturing LLC.
Yes, the applicant here is Berkshire Wellco Lab and Manufacturing LLC. The proposed location is 34 Home Road, located in Sheffield. The applicant is seeking a product manufacturing license, and they received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. And let's see if I got this right now, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins would like to propose an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Did I get it right, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes, you did, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about the confusion on my part. Could I ask, are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Berkshire Wellco Lab and Manufacturing LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I'll let the record show that the Commission approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Berkshire Wellco Lab and Manufacturing LLC by a vote of 4, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, Canna Provisions Incorporated, product manufacturer.
Yes, the applicant here is Canna Provisions Incorporated. The proposed location is 1884 North Main Street, located in Sheffield. The applicant is seeking a product manufacturing license. The applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins for 2 additional conditions on this license. The first being prior to final application for licensure, identify strategy for making contribution to Goodwill Industries of Berkshire County as part of Positive Impact Plan. And then second, prior to final application for licensure, clarify PIP strategy and benefit to marijuana establishments when Canna Provisions will give preference to selling marijuana products to these targeted firms. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask, please, Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cannabis Provisions Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cannabis Provisions Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Suko, next up is Canna Select Holdings LLC, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation.
Yes. The applicant here is Canna Select Holdings LLC. The proposed location is 23 LaSalle Drive, located in Watley. The applicant is seeking a cultivation Tier 3 indoor license, and the applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners' eligibility to support your activities. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canna Select Holdings LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canna Select Holding LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, CurePack Massachusetts LLC, product manufacturer.
Yes, the applicant here is CurePack MA LLC. The proposed location is 644 River Street, located in Fitchburg. The applicant is seeking product manufacturing license, and they received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have requests from both Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo for additional conditions on this license. Excuse me, I'm sorry. For additional conditions on this license from Commissioner Stebbins. First, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. Secondly, prior to final application for licensure, review and consider a hiring strategy for residents of Fitchburg, a designated community of disproportionate impact, as part of your positive impact plan. From Commissioner Camargo, her additional requested condition is as follows: resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact these communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, all of those sound like there's no overlap there, so I think we should go forward with all 3 proposed conditions. Is that your preference?
That's fine.
Commissioner Camargo? Are there any other questions or conditions requested on this license? Okay, then let's see, where are we? I think we're up to Commissioner Concepcion. Would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to CurePack MA LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to CurePack MA LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, I believe the following 3 Green Highland LLC licenses are co-located. Is that correct, Suka?
Yes, sir.
So we'll have one review and 3 separate votes. Would you please go ahead, Suka?
The applicant here is Green Highland LLC. The proposed location is 26 Hadley Mill Road, located in Holyoke. The applicant is seeking a cultivation tier 3 indoor product manufacturing and retail license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. We will go through 3 separate votes on each of these licenses. I have requests from both Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions. Just to be clear, those are intended to apply to all 3 of these licenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the first one that we'll consider for approval, Green Highland LLC, MCN 283173, which is tier 3 indoor cultivation. The conditions requested are from Commissioner Stebbins. Prior to file application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates to CCC staff. From Commissioner Camargo, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay, then I think Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Highland LLC, MCN 283173, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Highland LLC, MCN 283173, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is the second Green Highland LLC application, MPN 281975, subject to the same 2 conditions that were imposed on the previous license. Commissioner Camargo, could I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Highland LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Highland LLC, MPN 281975, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo. Finally, we have a third application from Green Highland LLC, MRN 283775, again, subject to the same 2 conditions imposed on the previous 2 Green Highland licenses. Commissioner Concepcion, could I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Highland LLC, subject to conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record, let the record show that the Commission approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Highland LLC, MRN 283775, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins and Hoffman, and none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, is Ideal Craft Cannabis Incorporated, which was an expedited application based upon the applicant's status as a social equity program participant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Ideal Craft Cannabis Incorporated. The proposed location is 44 Captain Birdie's Way, located in Provincetown. The applicant is seeking a retail license, and as you stated, they did receive an expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo for additional conditions on this license. From Commissioner Camargo, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. From Commissioner Stebbins, his requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disabilities and LGBTQ residents. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay, I think I'm tracking here. I think it's your turn, Commissioner Stebbins. Could I ask you, Commissioner Stebbins, to please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ideal Craft Cannabis Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ideal Craft Cannabis Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. How you doing, Suko? Everything going okay?
Yep, I'm good.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Doing a great job. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next up is Jim Buddy's Rec Shop Incorporated, which again was expedited based upon the applicant status as a social equity program participant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Jim Buddy's Rec Shop Incorporated. The proposed location is 1269 Memorial Drive, located in Chicopee. The applicant is seeking a retail license. As stated, the applicant received expedited review. The additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, provide detail about workshops to empower local entrepreneurs' goals and identify any hiring goals for individuals with disabilities and LGBTQ residents. Are there any other requests for additional conditions on this license or any questions? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, please, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Jim Buddy's Rec Shop Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Jim Buddy's Rec Shop Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Low Key LLC, which is a prioritized application based upon the applicant's status as an economic empowerment applicant. Go ahead, please, Suka.
The applicant here is Low Key LLC. The proposed location is 571B Washington Street, located in Boston. The applicant is seeking a retail license. The applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, the commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any other questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay.
Commissioner, I'm
Yes,
sorry, Chairman, I just have a comment after we take the
please.
vote.
After we take the vote, fine, no problem. So then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Low Key LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Low Key LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. And Suko, you're doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I just thank you. This is definitely a location in Boston. It's actually in Dorchester, which I think is probably one of our disproportionately impacted areas. They're also an economic empowerment applicant, but also I just wanted to give a quick shout out to them because their positive impact plan really kind of, they thought a little bit outside the box. And I heard Commissioner Stebbins' comments in the beginning of this process in terms of people, there's some that are starting to look the same. So I think that Low Key did a really good job as a provisional licensee to really think outside the box. They have a lot of employee engagement, some subsidized T-passes for employees. They're also going to start a program for employees that will allow them to contribute closing costs to some of their employees. I think it's 4 employees that they're going to pick throughout the year to basically support them with closing costs for first-time home buyers. So I just want to give them a shout out, and like always, you know, for other applicants who are going through this process and thinking, what do I do for my diversity plan? What do I do for my positive impact plan? Look through some of this other information. It's public information, and I would say, again, try to start thinking a little bit outside the box with this. So just thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that, Commissioner Camargo. Speaking of economic empowerment applicants, our next one, Major Bloom LLC, is an economic empowerment applicant, and it's another one of the earlier courier licenses. So please go ahead, Suko, with Major Bloom LLC.
Thank you, Chairman. The applicant here is Major Bloom LLC. The proposed location is 76 Millbury Street, located in Worcester. The applicant is seeking a marijuana courier license, and the applicant did receive priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for 3 additional conditions on this license. Specifically, first, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and hiring opportunities for Fitchburg residents due to its closer proximity as a community of disproportionate impact. Second, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for LGBTQ residents. And then lastly, prior to final application for licensure, identify any spending goals with LGBTQ certified businesses. Are there any other requests for additional conditions on this license?
Mr. Chair, if I can make a quick comment before the vote.
Please, Commissioner Stebbins.
You would think I was not impressed with this application because I added 3 conditions, but to Commissioner Camargo's point, I was really impressed with the fact that how creative they attempted to be in their positive impact plan as well as their diversity plan, and that there was a portion of their plan called Economic Bloom. So they certainly see themselves as being an economic force with the opening of their operation. And my third condition of just applying spending goals with the LGBTQ certified businesses was that they actually went on record and talked about their spending goals with some of our other priority DBE groups. So I don't want them to think my 3 conditions was a negative reaction to their application, but in fact, they are doing some out-of-the-box thinking, as Commissioner Camargo pointed out with the last applicant.
Thank you very much. Any other conditions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation issue of provisional license to Major Bloom LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Major Bloom LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins, with a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, and none opposed. Thanks very much. Next one is Mass Biotics Incorporated. Suko, please go ahead.
The applicant here is Mass Biotics Incorporated. The proposed location is 35 Armory Street, located in Worcester. The applicant is seeking a product manufacturing license, and the applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions on this license, starting with Commissioner Camargo. Specifically, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. From Commissioner Stebbins, his requested additional condition is prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disabilities and LGBTQ residents. Are there any questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Biotics Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins?
Yeah,
You're back. Would you make that motion, please?
yes, so moved. Can
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can hear you now.
Okay.
Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mass Biotics Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up, Suko Mint Retail Facilities LLC.
Yes, the applicant here is Mint Retail Facilities LLC. The proposed location is 768 Pleasant Street, located in Belmont. The applicant is seeking a retail license. The applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo for additional conditions on this license. From Commissioner Stebbins. Prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. From Commissioner Camargo, I have a request for the following condition: resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Are there any requests for additional conditions on this license? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mint Retail Facilities LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Mint Retail Facilities LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, not Grandpa's Tobacco Incorporated. I will not make any comment on the name, but please go ahead.
The applicant here is not Grandpa's Tobacco Incorporated. The proposed location is 703 School Street, located in Winchendon. The applicant is seeking a retail license. The applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo for additional conditions on this license, starting with Commissioner Concepcion. Specifically, prior to final licensure, applicant shall assess progress in hiring and promotional goals from the specified demographic categories and amend diversity plan as necessary. From Commissioner Camargo, prior to final license, prior to final license, applicants should resubmit their plan to positively impact by adding how a donation to the Joint Coalition on Health in Fitchburg promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Are there any questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to not Grandpa's Tobacco Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to not Grandpa's Tobacco Incorporated by subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. We're almost halfway there. You okay, Suko? I'm struggling a little bit here, but you're doing great. So I'm gonna use your energy as a way to get through. Thank you so much.
We can do it.
Okay. Next up, Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC. Go ahead, Suko, please.
The applicant here is Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC. The proposed location is 9 Whistle Stop located in Gloucester. The applicant is seeking a retail license, and the applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you so much. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo for an additional condition on this license. Let me read it, please. Prior to final license, applicant should clarify or reevaluate how a donation to the residents of Cape Ann through its donation to the Open Door nonprofit organization located in Gloucester promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. While establishments may donate to organizations of their choice, when choosing an organization to donate to for inclusion in their plan to positively impact disproportionate people and communities, this is a gentle reminder to please be cautious, mindful, and intentional to ensure that such donations are in line with the mission of the CCC. Are there any requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay. Can I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a license to provisional license to Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ocean Breeze Cultivators LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. I voted 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Conception, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Excuse me. Next up is Pleasant Trees Incorporated. Suko?
The applicant here is Pleasant Trees Incorporated. The proposed location is 422 Amity Street, located in Amherst. The applicant is seeking a retail license. The applicant received a general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo for an additional or 2 additional conditions on this license. First, prior to final license, resubmit plan to positively impact disproportionate people and communities to include more than just expungement workshops. And second, prior to final license, resubmit diversity plan to clarify and clearly outline measurable outcomes for diverse targets under employee retention, training, and development. Clarify what the strategy timeline is for all the programs and resources mentioned. Are there questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay, then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasant Trees Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask you, Commissioner Concepcion, to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasant Trees Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Conception, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, PRMA LLC.
Yes, the applicant here is PRMA LLC. The proposed location is 80 East Washington Street, located in North Attleboro. The applicant is seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Suko. I have requests from all 3 of my fellow all 3 of my fellow commissioners that have tenure more than a day for additional conditions. Let me read them all, starting with Commissioner Camargo. Prior to final license, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. From Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. And from Commissioner Concepcion, prior to final licensure, the applicant must provide final operating procedure to Commission staff relating to its security procedures devoid of marginal annotations. Are there any other questions or comments on this license before I ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to PRMA LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to PRMA LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, and Stebbins, with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next, we have 2, and these are co-located, if I'm correct, Suko, Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC, Tier 1 indoor cultivation and product manufacturer. Those are co-located?
Yes, sir.
So we'll go through them once and have 2 separate votes. And I believe that these both were expedited applications based upon the owner status as a DBE minority and veteran. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, the applicant here is Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 217 River Road, located in Uxbridge. The applicant is seeking a cultivation tier 1 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant did receive expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on either of these two licenses. Is that correct? Are there any questions at this point or requests for additional conditions? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC, MCN 283475?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to River of Life Cannabis LLC, MCN 283475, with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, and none opposed. Next up is Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC, MPN 282066. Can I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license from where are we? I think Commissioner Camargo, would you make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Can I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Rhythm of Life Cannabis LLC, MPN 282066 by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, Riverside Cannabis LLC, which was expedited based upon its status as the owner status as a social equity applicant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Riverside Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 1 Carabit Street, located in Holyoke. The applicant is seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor license. The applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any additional questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Riverside Cannabis LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Riverside Cannabis LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Okay, I am 100% sure I'm going to get this one wrong, but let me try anyway. So we have 4 applications from Sierra Naturals. The first 2 are co-located, if I'm correct. Is that right, Suko?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other the retail stores are not. Anyway, I also have conditions from several commissioners that apply to some, but not all. So we'll go through that. But right now, if we could just start with the first 2 Sierra Naturals co-located applications, Suko.
Sure. The applicant here is Sierra Naturals Incorporated. The proposed location is 5-7 Industrial Road, located in Milford. The applicant is seeking a cultivation tier 8 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant received priority review due to MTC. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Now, my understanding is I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo for additional conditions. My understanding, and make sure, please correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Camargo, your conditions apply to all 4 of these Sierra licenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And contrary for Commissioner Stebbins, your proposed condition applies only to these first 2 licenses, right? Not the second 2 Sierra licenses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. So let's take these up take them up one at a time, starting with Sierra Naturals Incorporated MCN 283066. The requested conditions from condition from Commissioner Stebbins: prior to final application for licensure, identify how contributions to Cultivate Ed will positively impact your cultivation and production operations in Milford. And from Commissioner Camargo, prior to final license application, clarify if $5,000 donation to Cultivate Ed and all provisional applications is being donated for each application. Also clarify if applicant makes any adjustments to the amount donated and or takes into consideration the size of the applicant operation. So again, we're just speaking right now the first of these Sierra Natural applications, MCN 283066. Are there any additional questions or requests for conditions on that license? Okay, then I think Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MCN 283066, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MCN 283066, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo. Next up, we have the second co-located Sierra Naturals license, MPN 281613, again, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. I've lost, who's next to make the motion? Remind me. Who did the last one?
I think I did. I think it's
okay. So Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to make that motion, please?
Sure. So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show. Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MPN 281613, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. So now we have 2 more Sierra Naturals, both in separate locations. Let's start with the first MRN 282672. Please go ahead, Suka.
So the applicant here is Sierra Naturals Incorporated. The proposed location is 240 Elm Street, located in Somerville. The applicant is seeking a retail license and they received a priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. To clarify, this license and the next license for Sierra Naturals, the only additional conditions that I've been requested to ask for a vote on are the ones suggested or requested by Commissioners Camargo. So could I ask please for a motion, Commissioner Concepcion, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MRN 282672, subject to the additional conditions condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MRN 282672, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo, with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is the last of the Sierra Naturals applications, MRN 283886. Please go ahead, Suko.
The applicant here is Sierra Naturals Incorporated. The proposed location is 48 North Beacon Street, located in Watertown. The applicant is seeking a retail license and received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Suko. Again, the conditions that were requested by Commissioner Camargo on all the previous Sierra licenses are in place here. Are there any other conditions that are requested? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MRN 283886, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, MRN 283886, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you.
Chairman,
Okay. Yes.
may I make a comment?
Oh, please go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm so busy, trying to keep track of where I am that I wasn't looking at the screen. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry for not recognizing you earlier.
No need to apologize. I didn't even wave you down, so you're okay. Thank you for that. I just want to, in terms of Sierra Naturals, I just want to, if they have questions, feel free to reach out to us. My condition, it's because, well, I'm not giving a major explanation here, but I was a little confused in terms of the positive impact plan and the diversity plan, because it's the same one for all licenses, which is okay. I think it's typical. It's what we see. But because there's 2 different retail locations in 2 different cities, I want to make sure that Sierra Naturals is clear in terms of their positive impact plan in those 2 sites, which my condition prior to final licenses applicant to clarify the 5,000 donation to cultivate ed in all provisional applications. Is it being donated per those 2 retail sites, or is it just one-time donation? So I also want them to clarify that, to be mindful when they're writing this stuff, because it's not very clear if that donation that they're making is one donation, or is it a donation per retail site or per license, if that makes sense.
Sure. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on. We've got 5 more to go, Suko. So I think the end is in sight. I think I might survive. Next up is Smithers AMS LLC, which is an independent testing lab and therefore was expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead.
So the applicant here is Smithers AMS LLC. The proposed location is 790 Main Street, located in Wareham. The applicant is seeking an independent testing laboratory license. The applicant did receive expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Suko. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there questions at this point or any requests for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Smithers AMS LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Smithers AMS LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Sundrops LLC. Please go ahead, Suko.
Yep, the applicant
I'm sorry,
here is,
go ahead. I apologize.
Sorry?
Keep going. No,
Okay.
my fault. Please keep going. Sorry for the interruption.
okay. The applicant here is Sundrops LLC. The proposed location is 39 Silver Street, located in Sheffield. The applicant is seeking a product manufacturing license and did receive expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko.
Mhm.
I have a request from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions on this license from Commissioner Camargo. Prior to final license, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. From Commissioner Stebbins, I have two, I believe two. Let me make sure it's not more than two.
Yep,
No, it's two. Yep. I just didn't know if it went over to the next page. That's all. The two conditions are prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. And secondly, prior to final application, review positive impact plan to consider any hiring preference efforts for disproportionately impacted residents and how contributions will impact Sheffield and immediate region. Are there any other questions or conditions requested at this point in time on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sundrops LLC subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sundrops LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Suko, is Toy Town Project LLC.
Yes, the applicant here is Toy Town Project LLC, doing business as Toy Town Alternative Health. The proposed location is 463 Maple Street, located in Winchendon. The applicant is seeking a retail license and received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo for additional conditions on this license from Commissioner Camargo. Prior to final licensure, prior to final license, resubmit plan to positively impact to include more than hiring, and that it promotes and encourages full participation in the regulated cannabis industry by individuals from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, and to positively impact those communities under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. From Commissioner Concepcion, resubmit positive impact plan to include more than hiring.
Mr.
Yeah,
Oh.
do we want to? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner
I didn't mean to cut you off. I think you're going to suggest what I am going to suggest as well. It's the same
Okay.
condition.
Thank you. So we'll just go with Commissioner Camargo's condition on this one.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm not aware of any additional requests for conditions on this application. Are there any now? Then I think we're up to you, Commissioner Stebbins. Would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Toy Town Project LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Toy Town Project LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you very much. So I think this is the last one for you because these are co-located. The 2 trifecta farms are co-located. Is that correct, Suko?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead, please, with the 2 trifecta farms corp applications.
Okay, the applicant here is Trifecta Farms Corp. The proposed location is 142 New Holland Road, located in Brimfield. The applicant is seeking a cultivation tier 2 indoor and product manufacturing license. The applicant did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license based on the subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I have a request for additional conditions, condition on this license from Commissioner Stebbins. This applies to both licenses. Is that correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So the condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disabilities and LGBTQ residents. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license, on these 2 licenses? Okay, then we'll take separate votes on them, starting with CC or double C, Trifecta Farms Corp, MCN 283350. Could I have a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I have a second on that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trifecta Farms Corp. MCN 283350, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, and none opposed. May I next ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trifecta Farms Corp. MPN 282030, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Trifecta Farms Corp. MPN 282030, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Excuse me. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Okay, Suko, how are we doing? Are we done?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the executive director, the chief of investigations and enforcement, and the director of licensing for allowing me the opportunity to present our enforcement materials.
Well, unfortunately, Suko, for you, I think you did so well. We're going to have you back.
Yeah.
No, seriously, thank you so much, Suko. I hope this wasn't too intimidating, but you did a great job. And again, what you did today is actually just what the public sees. What goes behind the scenes to get to this point, obviously, is extraordinary work, and we really appreciate it and are grateful for it. So thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Suko.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think we are done with licensing. So can we get to the next agenda items, please? Thank you. We have, as I mentioned earlier, there are 2 guidance documents for discussion and vote. The first being agent registration guidance, second being responsible vendor training guidance. Again, the primary effort here is to bring guidance documents up to date and reflective of our new regulations. So Sean, would you like to give us an overview here, please, starting with the agent registration guidance?
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have before you a guidance document. I believe it totals about 15 pages in length relative to agent registrations. So as you noted, Mr. Chairman, this is an effort to continue our implementation of the most recent round of regulations. And as part of that effort, we are both revisiting as well as drafting and creating guidance documents that are certainly available to and hopefully a benefit to licensees, applicants, as well as the general public. And so again, the first one before you today for your consideration is that relative to agent registrations. any questions you may have, both Kyle and I are available to do our best to answer.
Great, thank you very much. So let me turn it over to my fellow commissioners. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, just
Go ahead,
one.
please. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. First of all, great job. It's great to keep these updated, especially as the executive director pointed out that the regs often require some of the changes and updates. Just a real quick question on page 14, where we talk about why somebody might be making a change or need to go in to make a change and update their information. You have agent's address, the individual moved to a new residence being a reason why you need to change it. There's also agent's mailing address. Sometimes these things are not the same, so I would suggest to staff that for agent's mailing address, it could just be the individual has chosen a new location to receive their mail.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Other comments or questions? Commissioner Camargo, I'm having a hard time. You're off of mute, which usually means you want to say something, but maybe I'm being presumptuous here.
You're being presumptuous.
Not the first time. I apologize, though.
No, it's okay. I appreciate it. No, thank you. This is great.
Any other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then I think we're up to you, Commissioner Stebbins. Would you please make a motion to approve the agent registration guidance document and be disseminated appropriately?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the agent registration guidance for dissemination by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Mr. Executive Director, next guidance is responsible vendor trading guidance. Please give us an overview if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This next guidance is relative to responsible vendor training. It is relevant for both licensees and their agents that must go through this training, as well as the RVT vendors themselves. It was drafted largely by the folks that work on this program, specifically Olivia Laramie, who's also available in the event you have any questions. But consistent with the agent registration guidance, this is coming before you consistent with the ongoing implementation of the most recent draft or round of regulations and that continuing effort. So we hope it's a resource available again for licensees, their agents, as well as those vendors that have been certified by the commission, as well as prospective vendors that might be interested in entering the marketplace to serve those agents and their licensees. So again, Olivia and I are available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Executive Director or Olivia, or comments?
I think just thank Olivia. Thank you for all your work on this. I know you've been working on this and the other one before that, so thank you. I know it's a lot of work.
Seconded. Thank you. Then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve this guidance, the responsible vendor training guidance document?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the responsible vendor training guidance document by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. I believe that is we are at the end of the agenda. I am not aware of any topics that were not ready at the time that the agenda was published. So Matt, if we just put up the date for the next meeting. So our next meeting is Thursday, August 12th. So that gives you, let's see if I'm correct, Commissioner Roy, that gives you something like 28 days to get ready. So
I'll be ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know you will be. Your energy level is incredibly impressive. So I know you're going to be there. So anyway, next meeting Thursday, August 12th. Again, we will do it remotely via Teams. Matt, if you could put up the tentative schedule for the rest of the year. Again, these dates are tentative and subject to change, but just for people's planning purposes, for the last 4 months of the year, these are the tentative meeting dates for the commission. So as always, my thanks to the staff for all the work that goes into this, not just the meetings, but all the work to produce the materials. My thanks to the executive director for his leadership. My thanks to my fellow commissioners for what I thought was a very productive meeting where we accomplished a lot, and so I really appreciate that. Thanks again to Matt Giancola for doing all the logistics and organizing. Really appreciate it. I guess it's time to ask for a motion to adjourn. Who would like to make that motion? Since no, Commissioner, wait, yeah, I'm gonna suggest something here, if you're okay with it, Commissioner Roy. One of the things that Commissioner Flanagan, who sat in your seat previously, she used to beat me up all the time about these meetings taking too long, and would always be the first to raise her hand when I asked for a motion to adjourn. So I'm wondering if you'd like to take that honor up.
I would be honored to take that honor up. So
would you
I make
please
a motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much. Could I have a second to that, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, excuse me, let me get this right. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Thank you. We are adjourned as of 2:21 p.m. on the 15th of July, 2021. Thank you, everybody, and be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Carl.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.